You want to do those? Members of the House will come to order. House will come to order. Ring the bell, Mr. Clerk, if you will, please. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring life and memory of Matthew Christopher Matt Littlefield. Commending Paulding Public Safety Appreciation, recognizing and commending Jonah Chappelle for his outstanding accomplishments, recognizing and commending John T. Powell, recognizing and commending Major Hoke Gilbert Smith, recognizing and commending Dr. Sharon J. Brown, and recognizing March 1st, the beginning of Women's History Month, recognizing and commending William Ross King, recognizing Saturday, March 23rd, 2024 as Butler Baker School Day, congratulating and commending J&I Cordon Electric, congratulating the Dutchtown High School boys track and field team for winning the 2023 GHSA Class 5A State Track and Field Championship, commending Jamie Kaplan on her 500th win, recognizing and commending Dr. Marion Ross Frederick on her outstanding public service as president of Albany State University, recognizing and commending Reverend Marcus Gibson on the occasion of his 25th pastoral anniversary, recognizing and commending District Attorneys Flynn D. Brody Jr., recognizing and commending Beth Ron Mosley on her outstanding public service as the probate judge of Effingham County, recognizing and commending Linda McDaniel on her outstanding public service, recognizing and commending Jane McArdle, Molly McCollum, Eleanor Cart, Clark Jones, and Caitlin Innes. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none. They are adopted. Members, I actually thought rules had completed their work, but they haven't. So this House will stand in recess until 3. We'll give them about 10 minutes. The House is in recess until 3 p.m. House will come to order. We're going to take up a couple of further actions. House will come to order. Where's Don? Members, we have some further actions we're going to take up. So if members will take their seats, I'm going to recognize in just a moment Representative Emery Donahue for a motion. Representative Donahue is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I recommend that we agree with H.R. 1113 as presented.
Representative Donahue moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 113. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Resolution 1113 authorizes the grant of non-exclusive easements for the construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of facilities, utilities, roads, and ingresses and egresses.
Representative Donahue is recognized to explain the Senate substitute. Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, every year we do the easement rights and everything that went over from the House, 100% approved. The Senate added a few properties to that. They all agreed. And on any property here, every representative or senator has an email or they're contacted on their property, and they were good, so we recommend that we agree with them.
Are there any questions? No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion, the House agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1113. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion to agree to Senate substitute to House Resolution 113, the yeas are 153, the nays are 0. And the House agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 113. Chairman Perkle is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that this House agree to the Senate substitution of H.R. 1116.
Representative Perkle moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1116. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Resolution 1116, a resolution authorizing the lease of certain state-owned property located in Chatham County, authorizing the conveyance of certain state-owned property located in Houston County, authorizing the lease of certain state-owned property located in Paulding County.
Representative Perkel is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, similar to the last bill, is our annual conveyance. We just did the easement. This is a conveyance. We annually do this as it relates to state properties. I would appreciate a green vote on this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1116. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 116, the yeas are 150, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 116. Chairman Powell is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask this House to move to agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House to House Bill 353.
Representative Powell has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 353 as amended by the House. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 353 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 27 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Georgia Lottery for Education Act, so as to provide that administrative procedures and actions regarding bona fide coin-operated amusement machines shall be subject to Chapter 13 of Title 50.
Chairman Powell is recognized to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment. Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring everybody's attention. Hopefully you can remember this bill from last year. Awful lot of discussion. For years I've been embroiled being on the old House Industry Committee 34 years ago when I was elected, and have lived through the wars and the pits and the turmoil that surrounded the coin-operated amusement business in Georgia. A few years back, probably about 14 years ago, COAM enforcement was sent over to the lottery, as was the commissions that came out of it. Now, y'all may remember last year I had told you that these COAM machines, some people love them, some people don't, but it is what it is, and it's a real fact of life that people do like the game. The courts a long time ago ruled that non-cash redemption is legal in the state of Georgia, and that's what these machines are about. One of the things that we had attempted to do over the last 3 years was to basically put some tools into place that would stop any illegal cash payouts of machines. In the process of that, there's a lot of things that I'd like to tell you about government bureaucracy. Some of it ain't exactly real pleasant or real kind, the way they do rule and reg making. So last year we brought a bill forward, passed it out of this House, went to the Senate, came back, and now we've amended this bill. And I'm going to tell you a few things that's in the bill. First, it puts the COAM division of the lottery under the Administrative Procedures Act so that they have to publicize their rules and regs. We've had a situation we've suspected for years that the enforcement division over there in some points were being very unfair about how they administered justice to these folks, took their businesses, suspended their licenses, took their assets with not a howdy-do or an explanation. Quite frankly, there's been some litigation in the past about the unfair taking of property in this petition. So this puts that division of the lottery under the Administrative Procedures Act. There's a second section here that allows a portion, and this would be Representative Evans' language that she's been very passionate about. It would allow a portion of the reserves, that 10% of the excess reserves would be apportioned for educational purposes and programs. Ladies and gentlemen, that gives the House and the legislature a little bit more of authority that we've lost over the years in the appropriation process. $50 cap. The Class A machines that we all consider to be the kid games, the cranes and that kind of stuff, that for the last 50 years has been a $5 cap, so it puts a $50 cap on whatever prize is in that type of a machine. It defines the gift cards. Finally, after 20 years or 18 years of being not able to do it, this would allow gift cards. It'll be a progressive system that it goes into effect, and in a couple of years it would be mandatory that they do gift cards. Right now they can do replays, or they can do lottery tickets, or they can do gift certificates. And that moves it forward to setting a standard that anyone that is caught paying out of cash, then they are too stupid to be in business. Fines. Class A, those same kid games we're talking about. As is typical of the regulators over there, they were fining these companies $1,000 for being late on renewing the license on a kids game. Provides multi-year licensing. Right now on all of these A and B machines, where they pay an annual license, this would allow them to get a license for 1, 2, or 3 years just by multiplying the license fees. Clarifies non-cash redemption. Went a little bit further into this so that we move forward that we're doing a clear and a definitive explanation. Allows kiosk machines. At some point when these non-cash redemption cards are issued, these kiosks that can be possibly located in these would take the place of the clerks, so that we're trying to remove any possibility of any wrongdoing in any of these stores. Auctions. It allows the Georgia Lottery Commission to do one competitive master license once every 3 years, but also, and more importantly, to get rid of any signs of impropriety that has been in the past. That if a company loses their master license, then instead of just being steered to another master to buy, then they'll be auctioned off. Ladies and gentlemen, that's common sense fairness in government. Opinion letters. Like the revenue, any agency that is charged with formulating rules and regulations that we've given them the authority, most of these will issue opinion letters, so this keeps those people from stepping afoul. That's been asked for in the past, and the COAM division at the lottery has steadfast refused to do it, so that to go in at some point and catch somebody for making some kind of error that if they'd been given an opinion that they would have known better. Charitable institutions, veterans groups, VFWs, AMVETs, Legions, these will now be able to have these machines with a 50% rule being expanded to the 3-month quarterly cycle instead of a monthly cycle. Merchandising. The people that serve, the masters that bring machines in, and I'm not talking about these machines, it's not the old days when these machines were the $500 or $1,000 machines. These machines, these entertainment machines today are up to $20,000+ a piece. This basically spells out, so it's not considered to be an inducement for the business. They can bring in the stools, they can bring in the rugs, they can bring in the signage. Believe it or not, the Lottery Commission has always said that if a master decides to put a sign up in that store that tells people what the rules of the game are and that it's non-cash, that was considered an inducement. This clearly spells out what they can put in as an inducement. 1099 forms, ladies and gentlemen. 1099 forms. You would think that any company or anybody else that is doling out any receipts issue a 1099 to the recipients. They refused to do that in the past. We're telling them at that division, you've got to issue a 1099. Who is that good for? Quite frankly, it's good for the state of Georgia, so now nobody can skip around and not pay any taxes on any of this. And then finally, last but not least, tax increase. You know, as you may remember last year, that I told you that these COAM machines are the highest taxed industry in the state of Georgia. Not only do they pay extraordinarily high fees for licenses, for the stickers that go on the machines and such as that, but they also pay a straight up 10% across the board on whatever goes into the machine. 5% comes out of the retailer, 5% comes out of the master. We were asked at the start of the session to raise that tax from 10 to 13%. There were initiatives of some of the leadership of the House for something that I considered to be very good, and that was to do universal pre-K. Well, as is usual in dealing with the governor, $160 million was the formulary for pre-K. $200 million would be the magic number to do universal pre-K. At that point, I am told that the governor refused, even though your state lottery has $2.2 billion in reserves. $2.2 billion in reserves. So when brought up to these folks in the COAM business, they agreed. Now, I will tell you that I'm very pleased that they did agree. They didn't balk. They understood that's the price, and they support very much the pre-K movement in this state. Now, that being said, I got a few other comments I want to make. You know, I told y'all last year what a hard issue this is to deal with, because you have too many people roaming around that have an interest, whether it's the individual masters or the retailers or the companies that serve the manufacturers and such like that. And everybody wants to game the system for their own benefit. Well, I want to give credit to the Speaker and his staff for ferreting all of this out and to stepping in to try to help that. Am I pleased with everything that was taken out? No, I'm not. But do I think that this is a good bill as passed right now? Yes, I do. Because one, it creates a gift card system instead of to take away any idea of any criminal activity of paying out cash. Do I believe that it cleans up some stuff over with the regulators? Yes, I do. I told you last year, if we didn't do anything else but gift cards and put them under the Administrative Procedures Act, that we will have achieved something at that point. So, ladies and gentlemen, with my thanks to the Speaker and his staff for tolerating my insistence of this, I want to thank them, and I would appreciate the members of this House voting for this bill. And that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
You have several. To your left, Representative Stacey Evans has a question. Representative Evans.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I certainly will.
Isn't it true that you and I have talked about legislation around COAM industries for a while, and that I very much appreciate your hard work in this legislation?
I hope you do, because it sure has been a painstaking affair.
We're going to have trust falls later. Further inquiry, or will you yield for one more?
Certainly.
Isn't it true that I have historically not wanted to support any changes in legislation around the COAM industry without an increase in the percentage that the industry pays the state for HOPE and pre-K, and that not only does this bill do that, but as you mentioned, it also adds language that will start freeing up the over $1 billion in excess reserves that we have sitting in the Lottery for Education Fund, which will ensure on the low end probably $50 million a year for pre-K, and on the high end $100 million. And this could be a game changer for the state, for families, and for kids, and that I literally can't thank you enough for your work that's gotten us here today.
The lady, certainly, she's very complimentary, and I appreciate that, and she knows from what she speaks about the funds over at the Lottery Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To your left, Representative Werkheiser. Chairman Werkheiser has a question. Mr. Chairman, if you'll yield.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Speaker. And Chairman, for yield, I want to echo Stacey Evans' comments about, I don't think anybody in this building knows more about this industry, and I appreciate you cleaning it up. Just a question on 31, because I'm always for adding more stuff to the APA. What can you help me with saying removing Article 2 from the APA?
If you would give me the line number of that bill.
Line 31 and 32.
Yes, sir. That's the language that puts the COAM division under the Administrative Procedures Act.
Okay, so it puts them under because it says shall be exempt on 32.
You know, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't write the bill.
But you're
But
saying
you know,
it does
sometimes
add them
sometimes as
because,
in life, lawyers write things backwards to make them
okay.
mean what they're supposed to
I'm
mean.
going to trust your judgment because, like I said, I appreciate your effort in cleaning up this industry, and I've always been amazed at your knowledge, and I appreciate your work.
I want to thank you very much for the support.
You have one last question, if you'll yield. Representative Jasmine Clark, to your left, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you have worked extremely hard on this, and so I just want to make sure that I am understanding when a person gets one of these gift cards, they redeems one of the gift cards, are they allowed to buy firearms and alcohol with their winnings?
They can buy any legal product.
So, including firearms and alcohol.
Any legal product, but if they won enough points to buy a firearm, I say they're extremely lucky and they need to go to Vegas.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no more questions, I'll step aside and I'll apologize to some of the interest in the state that things were taken out that could have been of a help to them, like a graduated penalty system, in Contract 101 for interpretation, but maybe we'll get that in if it goes to the Senate. And I do want to thank the Speaker and his staff for being so courteous to put up and tolerate me. And that, Mr. Speaker, I'll step aside and ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate your hard work. Is there an objection to adoption of the House amendment? The chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 353 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Houston rise? Is that a vote?
No, I didn't. I waved.
She waved. I saw somebody messing with your buttons anyway. I figured it was one of them. I won't go any further than that. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House of HB House Bill 353, the yeas are 142, the nays are 16. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute as amended by the House. Chairman Martin is recognized for a motion. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to House Bill 985 as amended by the Senate.
Representative Martin moves that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 985. 985. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 985 to be entitled Act to Amend Article 7 of Chapter 3, Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to scholarships, loans, and grants so as to abolish the Georgia Higher Education Assistance Corporation.
Chairman Martin is recognized to explain the Senate amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the House Bill 985 comes back to you intact as we passed it, with the addition of language that repeals a portion of an act passed by this legislature in 2019 that was found to be incorrect by the court. So what we're doing is cleaning up an act based on the court finding that you see in Part 3. That's the only thing they've done. This is required. The lawyers in the House, the Senate, and the Governor's Office agree we need to do that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for favorable consideration of this agree to the Senate amendment of House Bill 985.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 985, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 985, the yeas are 154, the nays are 0. The House has agreed to the Senate amendment. Chairman Petrie is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we accept the Senate substitute to House Bill 244.
Chairman Petrie moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 244. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill number 244 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 entitled 27 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to game and fish, so as to extend the date by which rules and regulations prescribed by the Board of Natural Resources must be in effect.
Chairman Petrie, you're recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes here, this bill, as you may recall, is a department bill from DNR. It updates some of the issues we're dealing with from passing in 2019 our oyster mariculture bill. That is primarily what the bill is about. The changes before you really are nothing more than housekeeping. You'll notice on line 162 and 166, we had to change effective dates in the measure because this measure, of course, was brought last year, and so we had to move the years back. Those are the only substantive changes, Mr. Speaker, and if there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 244, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 244, the yeas are 156 and nays are 1. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute. Chairman Leverett is recognized for a motion. gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 563.
Representative Leverett moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 563. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill number 563 to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 9, and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Fair Employment Practices Act of 1978, so as to provide for hearing before an administrative law judge.
Chairman Leverett is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 563 was passed out of the House last year. It was a bill that it was a department bill that made certain changes to the procedures utilized by the Commission on Equal Opportunity for hearing complaints by state employees and Board of Regents employees regarding discrimination. We were changing that from a special master system, which was more expensive, to utilizing the Office of State Administrative Hearings. The change was very technical. It was just a cross-reference in the statute needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, it's substantially what we passed out of here, and I would request your favorable approval. Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the will. Ask your favorable consideration of the motion.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 563. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the House agreed to the Senate substitute of House Bill 563. The yeas are 158, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute. All right, members, this House is going to stand at ease until 4 p.m. That's about 20 minutes. This House will stand at ease until about 4 p.m. Chairman Mitchell is recognized for an announcement. Chairman Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Democratic Caucus please meet in room 341 right now for an important meeting? Thanks again, Mr. Speaker.
House will come to order. Members will please come into the chamber and we'll see if we can move forward with a couple of other propositions. Mr. Clerk, ring that bell a couple of times. All right, members, we have 3 Senate bills that need to be first read and assigned. We're going to do that right now. Then we're going back to moving some bills forward, on making some motions on some bills. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read first readers on 3 Senate bills. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 567 by Senator Summers of the 13th to be entitled an act to authorize the assessment and collection of a technology fee by the Magistrate Court of Lee County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
Senate Bill 579 by Senator Summers of the 13th to be entitled an act to amend an act creating a new charter for the City of Cordele.
Intergovernmental coordination.
Senate Bill 584 by Senator Jones of the 10th to be entitled an act to provide for a new homestead exemptions from City of Stockbridge ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
I haven't seen it. No, not yet. Don't worry, we got plenty of time.
Chairman Parrish, you ready to go? The Rules Chairman of this House, Chairman Parrish, is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would ask this House to agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House.
Representative Parrish, it moves that this House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1339 as amended by the House. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1339, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to health service revised relative to certificate of need.
Chairman Parrish is recognized to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll remember, we passed House Bill 1339 out of the House with a vote of 166 to 1, I believe. It went over to the Senate, and they took a perfectly good bill and made some changes, and that's what came back over here to us. And what I'm asking you to do now, the bill that came back to us was quite different than the bill that we sent over there to them. And I'm going to get into the bill and try to run through it and explain some of the changes to you, and then I'll be happy to answer some questions. But I'd like to ask you to think about something as we deal with this. This subject has been around a long time. We've been working for a long time trying to make some changes in CON, some meaningful changes that would help. a priority of the Speaker when he became Speaker, and he said this on numerous occasions. His goal was to increase access to quality health care, quality, affordable health care to every Georgian all over this state, regardless of their zip code. And I think this is a step in the right direction. This is not the beginning and the end all of everything. You'll hear more about this in the days and years to come, I think. And I'm asking you to think about this like the budget. When Chairman Hatchett presents the budget, we can look at that, and I think every one of us can look at that budget and find some things in the budget that we like. We can look at it and find some things in the budget that we don't like. But what we're going to have to do, in my mind, is look at the big picture of this. We have had input starting back in the summer, this past summer, last year. We went around the state, we met, we had CON hearings, we had a bipartisan group that listened, we had suggestions from anybody that wanted to come and talk to us. We listened and tried to take those suggestions and come up with the recommendations, and that's where we based our recommendations when we first drew 1339. The Senate had some different ideas on that, and that came back in that fashion. Let me just share just a few things with you that I think that might be helpful to you. If you'll remember, the hospital down in Cuthbert, Georgia, closed. There's a provision in here that allows that hospital to reopen without having to go back through the certificate of need process. One of the things that we have heard so much about was the way the process worked. We feel like it's antiquated, it's too cumbersome, it's too expensive, it's too drawn out. We have provisions in here that will make that move faster. It'll streamline it, it'll make it more modern, and it will affect change in a faster way that'll help us to affect change in the healthcare system and hopefully give better health care and hold the cost down as we deal with that. The hospital in Cuthbert could open. Morehouse Medical School came to us and wanted to have a hospital to tie in with their university or their school when they're graduating their medical doctors. This would allow that to happen as well. One of the things that you probably have heard from some of your hospitals is the idea of the surgical centers. When we first started, you all remember, we had folks on one end of the spectrum that wanted to do absolutely zero changes. We had folks on the other end who wanted to change everything, including CON, and do away with it. What we tried to do is bring these two together and come up with some changes that were common sense, that made center and moved us in the right direction in a thoughtful way so that we are moving in the right direction and make changes as we go down the road to make that happen. One of the other things that we heard from a lot of our hospitals was that when they got ready to replace equipment in their hospitals, in the CON, the way it is now, there were caps on the equipment. If you wanted to replace an MRI machine and the cost of a new machine was over that cap, you had to end up go through CON to make that happen. This removes those caps. If you want to replace a machine that you have, you can do that without having to go through the CON process. If you offer a new service, you still go through the CON process to do that. One of the things that we have done in here also is there was interest in locating hospitals in rural Georgia. There's a provision in here that you can build a new hospital in a rural county, that's your counties of 50,000 or less, as long as you do certain things. And it's a litany of things that you must provide at that hospital. And to be quite honest with you, I think any of us would like to have a hospital like that in our area if they agreed to either become like a teaching hospital, to be a member of the trauma network and meet certain specifications and requirements, to have an intake 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and accept behavioral and psychiatric patients that would come in, as well as the emergency things. These are just some of the things that we have put in there and tried to balance. And remember this, whatever we do with this, we have to have an agreement with our friends across the building over there too. So we have tried to take the best of what we had in there and merge it with what was presented to us from them that they wanted to do. I can go into as much detail as you want to, or I'll maybe make a few more remarks, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions you have and try to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an absolute good first step in trying to make a change. I encourage you, most of this bill is the same as we passed in 1339 out of this House with an overwhelming bipartisan vote, and I'm hoping that we'll have that today. So, Mr. Speaker, if there are questions, I'll be glad to yield to them. And
Yes, sir. You have a couple of questions,
I
Mr.
thought we
Chairman.
might. Yes, sir.
Representative Al, to your right. Representative Al.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I deeply respect your work and your commitment to this effort. 3 real questions, not isn't it true questions, but real questions. First question. You said the goal of this bill is to increase access to quality, affordable health care. In lines 42 through 44, it allows for CON exceptions for healthcare entities that are owned and managed by private equity, which has been shown to drive up healthcare costs and decrease quality of care. How does that increase access to quality, affordable health care?
In some areas, I think these would have healthcare facilities that otherwise, without additional capital, probably would not be there. And I think that's one thing that does it. And let me mention this to you, too. We could give a healthcare card to everybody in this state, period. If we don't have enough healthcare providers out there, the doctors, the nurses, the dentists, whoever, to see and treat these people, we haven't solved the problem. We've partially solved the problem. I believe this is a good way for us to move into that and move in that direction.
Gentleman, you for the second of
Yes.
3 questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Second question, line 818, dictates that healthcare entities qualifying for CON exception provide uncompensated indigent and charity care in an amount equal to or greater than 3%. Generally speaking, for nonprofit hospitals and healthcare entities, that is closer to 5%, as much as 8%. This is significantly lower than that to qualify for these quite lucrative exceptions. Can you explain how that would increase access to quality, affordable health care?
The bill that we passed out of the House, we had a 5% of growth, or of net, or gross, whichever. The other side had a 10%. So it was a matter of how you're going to measure it, and we felt like that 3% was a good rule, and that this will be looked at as we go along, and the community health will be looking at that to make sure that they're living up to it. But there are much more strict requirements in here for furnishing that information, and if you don't meet these requirements, then you can be penalized monetarily for that. So I think that that will make sure that these people provide at least what they're required to do.
You'll yield for one final question?
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate your indulgence. Much of the reason that we've seen hospital closures, especially in rural areas, but including in urban areas, is that Georgia has the second highest uninsurance rate in the nation, and the highest cost to a hospital system is its uncompensated care costs. That is related to having a very high uninsurance rate in the state. Does this bill extend health insurance coverage to a single uninsured Georgian?
I think I understand where you're going with this, and I appreciate that. Over in the Senate today, there was an attempt to pass a Medicaid expansion, and it did not pass. So I think that what we need to do is do what we can with what we've got to work with to provide these services for as many people as we can around this state.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your work. I'm very disappointed in this bill.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Yes, sir.
The Dean of this House, Representative Gerald Green, has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it is with grateful applause from South Georgia that you have placed in this particular substitute here an opportunity to open our hospital or an emergency room and a couple of rooms down there. Is it not further true that there's an allocation in the Congress right now that's been set aside for over $6 million if we are able to pass this particular piece of legislation?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding, and this would provide health care in an area that really some of us have considered a health care desert that's in desperate need of it. Thank you.
Representative Vance, to your right in the back of the room, has a question.
Yes, sir. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
With all the work you have and your committee have done on this bill, am I to be confident that you agree and support this Senate substitute as it is in keeping with your original goal that you worked on for so long?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. It's like I mentioned to you about the budget. You know, we started with what we thought was a good place we should be, but as we've gone through this process and had to deal with others, and we have listened to the stakeholders out there too, the hospitals, the provider groups, individuals, anybody that came and talked to us and expressed some concerns or suggestions, we tried to take those and incorporate as many of them as we could. Let me be the first to tell you, this bill is not perfect. I don't think I've seen a perfect bill since I've been down here. But I'll tell you this, I think it's a great start in the right direction to help us get health care out here to some of our areas in Georgia that need it. One of the things that we are expanding is the perinatal care across this state. This is something we've all been concerned about with the infant mortality and maternal mortality that Georgia does not do well in as we would like. This will help us to get to that part. So I think that's it. And then also working to increase the affordable or access to beds for our behavioral health patients in a more timely fashion. I think that will make a big difference in that too. So thank you for your question.
Mr. Chairman, Whip Park, to your left, right out in front of you, has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Parrish, do you yield for a few questions?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that I also appreciate your passion on trying to address healthcare in Georgia, yet I have concerns that this bill does not go far enough?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is it not true that since 2010, 9 rural hospitals in Georgia have closed down, whereas in the state of Arkansas, where they expanded Medicaid, not a single rural hospital has shut down?
I'm not aware of that, but I'm sure if you give me those numbers, I'm sure you've checked it out.
Will yield for a few more questions?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this bill does not cover a single uninsured Georgian, but it creates opportunities for more facilities in which they would still face one of the primary challenges here in the state, which is uncompensated health care costs?
Let me explain something to you from a little bit different perspective. This House has been a leader for years in expanding health care coverage in this state. All you've got to do is think back on the number of federally qualified health centers that this House has funded as startups all across this state. And now I think they're in like 139 out of all of our counties. That, for someone who has no coverage or no care, they can go there and they're treated and they pay according to their ability to pay. And so to me, that's one thing we've done to help that. Starting a new medical school down in Savannah, that's one thing. We're providing healthcare providers that'll be out taking care of people. A new dental school that's coming online in Savannah, that's another thing. So this House has been a leader, not just this year, but for many years in this to expand the pool of healthcare workers, if you would, the nurses. How many schools have we helped to expand in the university system as well as the technical college system? So yes, sir, I think we have worked hard to do it. But to answer your question, no.
One final question. Is it not true that, again, while I appreciate some of the incremental progress this bill will provide, again, it falls far short of addressing Georgia's healthcare challenges, in which we have the highest uninsured rate, along with some of the worst healthcare outcomes in the United States of America, in part because of the failure to expand Medicaid as passed by nearly 40 other states, including North Carolina very recently.
I agree with some of what you said, and I agree that we've got some problems, and we're working on them, and we're trying to address them. Does this address all of it? No, it does not. But I still would contend and hope you would realize that this goes a long way, and I'd certainly like to have your support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Newton to your right knows a little bit about health care. Let's see what he's got to
Thank you.
say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
First, I do want to thank you for this. I think the work put into this is incredible and is a good step forward. I did notice on line 510, ambulatory surgery centers, for example, ambulatory surgery centers are still capped at the 2.5 million. I can just tell you, anybody who's done construction recently knows that we may need those caps raised at some point. But I also notice in section 12, you've got that Comprehensive Health Coverage Commission that's still in this. Is that one of the roles that commission would play, is to look at things like that in the future if $2.5 million doesn't get you a fully formed surgery center?
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. And that's one of the reasons that we removed the caps on the equipment in there. In the past, we've had a number, and it was adjusted for inflation sometime, but honestly, it didn't keep up with the new technology of equipment that goes up. The prices were going faster than the cap was. And let me mention something about Section 12. This is where the Comprehensive Health Coverage Commission is created. Let me share that with you a little bit. This commission shall consist of 9 members who will be appointed. The chairperson will be a subject matter expert on health policy, shall not be an employee of the state of Georgia, and be appointed by the governor. 3 non-legislative members will be appointed by the Speaker of the House. 3 non-legislative members will be appointed by the President of the Senate. 1 non-legislative member is appointed by the Minority Leader of the Senate. 1 non-legislative member will be appointed by the Minority Leader of the House. These shall not be registered lobbyists. They'll serve without compensation. The purpose of the commission will be to advise the governor, the General Assembly, and the Department of Community Health as the administrator of state medical assistance programs on issues relating to access, quality of health care for Georgia's low-income and uninsured populations. And it will also be tasked with reviewing opportunities related to reimbursement and funding for Georgia healthcare providers, including premium assistance programs, opportunities related to quality improvement of health care for Georgia's low-income and uninsured populations, opportunities to enhance service delivery and coordination of health care among state agencies, and so yes, sir, that is, in my mind, that's where we will get information from people who be looking at this to make the recommendations back to the Department of Community Affairs, to the governor's office, and to the legislature about what we need to be doing, and certainly that'd be one of the things to be considered.
Thank you. Will the gentleman further yield?
Yes, sir.
Just to wrap that up, though, as you mentioned, though, without a workforce and without facilities, a card in your pocket doesn't do much good. We've been working on workforce, and isn't this a step forward for rural hospitals, for perinatal care, birthing centers, and for mental health? That it's going to be a big step forward for Georgia.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You go for another question?
Yes, sir.
Let's see, you have several. I want to recognize Chairman Hawkins right up the center aisle for a question.
Is Chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the issues of health care vary across this state, like the mountains to the coastal and the flat plains of South Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Do you further
Yes,
yield? And isn't it true that with this situation that we face every year, isn't it a much better plan to have a veritable access and providing different pathways to health care?
Yes, sir.
And one last question.
Yes, sir.
This is not the end of the road for us. won't we again in 25, 26, 27, on into the future, keep addressing the access and good quality health care for all Georgians?
Absolutely.
Thank you for your work. I really
You're
appreciate
welcome,
it.
and thank you for your help with your health committee and all the issues that you face and the work that y'all have done. And a lot of the recommendations that we have in this legislation came out of work that came through your committee. Thank you.
Representative Buckner, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
A wise man once said that I shouldn't let the great get in the way of the good, and I'm really trying not to do that, but I have lobbied and worked very hard for Medicaid expansion by whatever name it's called for a long time, and I still hope that we'll come to that at some point in the near future. I also worked for a hospital for many years, so I know a little bit about certificate of need from both sides. My question that concerns me is I know in the House version, with all the interest and concern that we've had about maternal mortality, that we had a requirement for the centers that did birthing or provided any of those services to have a relationship that was a requirement. And I've looked through the bill, and on 724, 743, and 763, it's got words that trouble me where it says that the hospitals shall not unreasonably deny a transfer agreement or affiliation with one of those centers. Can you help me understand what an unreasonable denial is, or a reasonable denial?
I think you've got to read a little above that as well. We're talking about the birthing centers there. And one reason the birthing centers are in here is that's an effort to combat exactly what you just said about perinatal or prenatal infant mortality and those sort of things like that we want to work on. And for those that want to have a birthing center, they need to be able to have an agreement with the hospital if complications arise so that they can do that. And it just basically says the hospital cannot unreasonably deny that agreement. And then in there also, there's some more conversation in there. If you look further down around line 758 and so, that when they go to a birthing center, if it's a normal, healthy birth that we're looking at, by 20 weeks of gestation and they're healthy with that, everything is fine. But if by chance they develop complications and everything, then they revert that to the hospital as opposed to having them still come to the birthing center in an effort to make sure that they receive the proper prenatal care and they're ready when they do deliver, that the delivery will be successful and have a good outcome.
Okay. I appreciate the work. I'm struggling with what I'm going to do.
Well, I understand that, but I'm sure that you're going to agree with me that we can't let perfection stand in the way of us doing some good things. And I promise you, this is an effort for us to do some good things, and I hope you'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Representative Lynn Smith, up the center aisle. Mr. Chairman has a question.
Yes,
Thank you. Gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that when I came to the General Assembly and started serving in 1997 as a new legislator, that I was told to speak to Representative Butch Parrish if I had any questions about health care? Is it not true that as this state's population has doubled in size since that point in time, is it not also true that our issues are more and more complicated because of our increasing population and density, that you have been a steady hand and guided this General Assembly through this long, long journey?
Well, thank you very much. And I'll tell you one thing I've learned about this journey is that once you learn something, I find out how much I don't know. It's a complex issue, and I think anybody in healthcare would agree it's a very complex issue, but thank you.
Representative Oliver, to your left, has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to continue what is a very sincere expression of appreciation and respect for the work you have done. However, sir, this is a very harsh reality to me, that my bias, that CON and business interest in health care, have distracted us from the real goal of improving the health care of 500,000 uninsured Georgians. I feel again, and unfortunately this has happened before, that I have been led down a path, and maybe, I know it's not the House, that has failed in our effort to expand Medicaid. It may not even be on this floor that the expansion of Medicaid is being denied. But sir, I cannot vote for a bill today that does not expand Medicaid. Isn't that true?
Well, I appreciate your comments, and I certainly understand your position, and we've talked about this many times, and I still would get back to you that we can do a lot of good here. It doesn't quite get to the issue that you raised, and I hope we'll continue to work together on that.
Representative Lott, to your right, has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I too would like to say thank you for this legislation. I think that you've done an incredible job and put a lot of effort into it, and I know that this has kind of grown and shrunk over the years, but I'm very appreciative of the work that you've done. I'm just, is it not true, for the sake of some in this legislature, that in 2019 we did expand Medicaid in the Georgia Pathways program, and that because of the way that we did that in 2019, 710,000 Georgians between the level of 100 and 138% of the FPL currently have fully subsidized private insurance, and they would not have that if we had done our expansion of Medicaid a different way, the way of the ACA. And is it not further true that in 2019, when we passed the legislation, it was delayed until July of this year due to the Biden administration stopping us from moving ahead until our lawsuit was relieved. And I would just like to say, for again the sake of the new members of this House that were not here, that the members in your community that are uninsured have an opportunity for insurance, and that we should all stand up for them.
Thank you.
Chairlady Cooper in the back has a question. You have a lot more questions, but Chairlady Cooper is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Parrish, thank you for your work on this bill. And I especially appreciate the fact that we included safety guards around the birthing center. That is especially important to public health and are working on infant and maternal mortality, so thank you for those guardrails of, like, if there are any complications, then they have to be, seen by the hospital and cannot continue in the birthing centers. But I do have a question about what Representative Newton brought up, and would ask that you look at this. In both bills, from the Senate, from the House first, and the Senate, the cap on building, they were removed, and so now they are gone. And I wonder if that's a scribbler's area, if somehow there was a mistake made, because the lines were struck in both of the bills, and I would ask that you would look at this, because as Representative Newton said, somebody today said you couldn't build an outhouse for $2.5 million. So I think it's something that really does need to look at. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the question. We have made an honest effort to try to remove as many roadblocks as we can and to streamline and modernize the CON process so that we go through there, and we have many exemptions that are in here, but we still have some guardrails that we hope will keep us on the right track as we work through this. But this is certainly not the end of everything. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take everybody's time. I know there's probably some other questions. I'll be happy to talk to them or whatever. There may be some others that would want to speak. I'll take one more question.
No speakers. Representative Parsons to your left. He waves. Representative Perkle to your right has a question. That's your last question, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So, and if you covered this before, I apologize, and I apologize to the members as I was writing down, but it appears to be that you did increase in this bill to $100 million the rural hospital tax credit that we know for a fact has saved many rural hospitals in this state. It also provides flexibility in donations, additional flexibility, and it extends the sunset that would expire this year.
Yes, sir.
Without this bill to 2029. This is a vital part of rural health care, and I thank you for including this part because it absolutely, for a fact, has kept rural hospitals open.
No question about it, and thank you for making that point. I should have mentioned that as the very first thing. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to sit down and ask for their favorable consideration, but before I do that, I want to thank your office and the people in there who work with us, folks in Legislative Council, that you can't believe the number of hours that have gone into getting us to where we are, and all the folks who have worked with us, the team, and it's just been a real team effort, and I'm just happy to be part of that team. I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
You're right, Mr. Chairman. A lot of hard work, not just days and weeks, but years. Is there any objection to adopting the House amendment? Chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion, the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1339 as amended by the House. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute as amended by the House of House Bill 1339. The yeas are 95, the nays are 68, and the House has agreed. For what purpose does Representative Parrish rise? You won't be recognized for a motion. Chair recognizes Chairman Tyler Paul Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 827.
Representative Smith moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 827. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill number 827 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16820 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to livestock theft so as to provide for increased penalties.
Representative Tyler Paul Smith is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our livestock theft bill. The only change that was made, this House had included language to provide for a specific trespass statute for zoos and basically those facilities that have exotic animals that are on display. And that would provide penalties for those who commit the offense of trespass at these zoos. These incidents obviously a lot of times end up with the animal attacking the trespasser and the animal having to be put down more times than not. So these animals usually cost thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace, and so we thought this was a good policy to protect especially our animals here at Zoo Atlanta. And Mr. Speaker, that is the change that
You have
would
one
ask.
question if you'll yield.
Sure.
Representative Miller has a question to your left and the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that part of this bill, the part dealing with zoos and aquariums and places where wild animals are housed for educational purposes, was a result of bipartisan work? It's very well coveted and desired by the Atlanta Zoo and zoos all across the state of Georgia, and it is designed to keep both people and the wild animals who we are entrusted with safe.
I would agree with the gentlelady on that point.
Thank you for the
No
bill.
further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield well and ask this body's favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 827, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 827, the yeas are 159, the nays are 2. We have agreed with the Senate substitute. Representative Ballard is recognized for a motion. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 880.
The Senate amendment. Representative Ballard moves that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 880. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 880 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 43-134 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to licenses for transitioning members of the armed forces so as to allow military spouses to use an existing license.
Representative Ballard is recognized to explain the amendment.
This amendment just adds some clarifying language and does a little renumbering, and that's about all it does.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield well.
On the lady's motion, the House agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 880. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. All members voted. If so, clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 880, the yeas are 158, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment. Representative Leverett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1033.
Representative Leverett moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1033. Mr. Clerk, will Will you read the caption?
House Bill 1033 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 16 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to crimes against the person so as to provide for protections for utility workers.
Chairman Liverett is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was the Utility Worker Protection Act. If you recall, this was kind of a follow-up to the Critical Infrastructure Act we passed last year. We increased the penalties for a simple assault, aggravated assault, simple battery, and aggravated battery if the crime is committed against a utility worker while they're in the course of performing their duties. When we got into the Senate, we realized there is also a crime of battery, which is different from simple battery and aggravated battery, and so we simply added similar provisions to that statute. And that's the extent of the change, and would ask your favorable consideration of that. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
You have a question to your left. If you yield, Representative Park Cannon is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the difference between the battery and the simple battery then? What's the example?
My understanding is battery is if you, I don't want to encourage you, but if you were to punch me in the jaw, that would be simple battery. If you punch me in the jaw and do some significant damage, it's battery. Thank you for the question.
Representative Holly to your left and towards your back has a question.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Question.
Sorry.
You mean question? I'll yield for your question if
All
that's
right,
what you're
thank you. Just so that I'm clear, this particular substitute is the LC, it's SC, I see it here. This is the one here where you are including in this, or the Senate includes in this, the specialty license plates to honor the women of Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated.
I didn't realize that was in there, if it is.
I believe it's if you'll, is it on 35, line 35?
I'm sorry, I wasn't
38.
able to bring my copy up here.
Okay. Yeah, it's just so I can make sure. Is this the correct one here? Is this
It's not a single page.
Okay, it's not the simple page. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you have House Bill 1033, Representative?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
1033.
1033. Okay. Okay. My apologies. I got the number confused.
I certainly think the world of the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta, but I was not asked to put that bill on here. So.
Too much homework up here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask your please vote yes in favor of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Gentlemen, yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1033, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, all members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1033, the yeas are 160, the nay is 1. And the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1033. Members, you have a supplemental local calendar on your desk. 3 bills on the local calendar are an agree, disagree. Having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute to 2 bills and agree to the Senate substitute as amended by the House on 1 bill. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar?
House Bill 1478 by substitute by Representative Blackman of the 146th Mid-State Energy Authority. House Bill 1487 by Representative Collins of the 71st City of Villa Rica. House Bill 1501 by Representative Silcox of the 53rd City of Roswell. Senate Bill 558 by Senator Harrell of the 40th City of Doraville. Senate Bill 560 by Senator Harrell of the 40th City of Doraville. Senate Bill 575 by Senator Williams of the 25th City of Milledgeville. House Bill 779 agreeing to the Senate substitute is amended by the House by Representative Moptahan of the 17th Paulding County. House Bill 1229 as substituted by the Senate by Representative Carpenter of the 4th City of Dalton. House Bill 1455 is substituted by the Senate by Representative Saints of the 180th City of St. Mary's.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes, and those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the supplemental local calendar, the yeas are 116, the nays are 42. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. Okay, members. On the supplemental local calendar, the last bill on the calendar, HB 1455, failed to reach the 120 to two-thirds required vote, so we have disagreed with the Senate position. So our posture is, we may, if the motion is made, we may reconsider our action and vote again on that one bill. The rest of them have passed. For what purpose does Chairman Martin rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House reconsider its action on House Bill 1455 to agreement with the Senate substitute.
Did I hear objection? You want to object to reconsidering the motion on House Bill 1455? Okay. All right. All those in favor of not reconsidering the motion to reconsider House Bill 1455 will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no.
Should be all those in favor of reconsideration.
Not on this. He objected. What is it? Members, Chair misspoke, so we will vote on reconsideration. If you would like to reconsider the bill, put it in that posture, you will vote green. If you agree with the motion, you'll vote red. Okay, here's what we're doing. Third time's a charm. There is an objection. We will vote on the objection first. If you agree with the objection, you will vote green. If you do not agree with the objection, you will vote red, and then we will reconsider the motion if the objection does not pass. All those that are in favor of the objection to reconsider, vote green. Those opposed, vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Okay, Mr. Clerk, will you have all members voted? All members have voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. The vote on the objection to reconsider has failed. The nays are 94, the yeas are 65. We will now vote to reconsider. Okay. This motion will be to reconsider. It will take a majority, 91 votes to reconsider. Then we will go to the reconsideration of the homestead vote, which would take 120. So all those in favor of reconsidering the vote on 1455 to reconsider the vote will vote green. Those opposed will vote no, vote red, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Okay, members. All members voted. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, lock the machine. On the motion to reconsider House Bill 1455, the yeas are 94, the nays are 66. This House has moved to reconsider House Bill 1455. For what purpose does Leader Estration rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 1455 be laid on the table.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption, please.
House Bill 1455 to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from City of St. Mary's ad valorem taxes.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 1455 be laid on the table, is there objection? There is objection. Gentleman move. Gentleman moves. All those in favor of placing House Bill 1455 on the table will vote green. All those opposed will vote red, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the vote to table House Bill 1455, the yeas are 92, the nays are 65. House Bill 1455 is on the table. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 503?
Senate Bill 503 by Senator Brass, the 28th, Summers, the 13th, Dolezal, the 27th, Ginna, the 47th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to professions and businesses so as to amend Chapter 41 relating to residential and general contractors. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Powell is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you this afternoon Senate Bill 503.
Gentleman will suspend. Okay, Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you today Senate Bill 503. A little brief history on this. Back 20 years or so ago, we passed the residential contractor's license and commercial licensing. There has been no work done on that bill since its inception. This bill, quite frankly, is just a updating of that by removing provisions that weren't needed, such as the name of the board, changing some of the sections that allows for a qualified agent that obtains a building permit so that they can have a grace period if someone passes away while in the process of doing a job. Now that means that if you're a contractor and you're the sole licensee, then you can complete that, or you've got 100 going from 120 to 180 days. It expands that grace period, changes the terminology for residential and general contractors throughout to residential and commercial general contractors, increases annual revenue threshold for the small volume commercial general contractor from $5 to $10 million for their licensing. It moves the timing for obtaining the prolonged evidence of required insurance before authorization, increases the number of opportunities to take the exam. Right now you can take it twice a year while waiting if you've failed it, so this you can take it 3 times a year if needed. Basically, this is just an update of the code. Nothing changes. You as an individual, if you're acting as your own contractor, you can still do the same. And that, quite frankly, is a very simple explanation of this bill, and I would ask for your favorable consideration if there's no questions.
Gentleman has no questions. Gentleman's yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. I have no... Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 503, the yeas are 149, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 293?
Senate Bill 293 by Senator Watson of the 1st, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Walker of the 20th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to county boards of health, so as to provide that operational policies and procedures the Department of Public Health apply to local personnel. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair Lady Cooper is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you Senate Bill 293. This is a Department of Public Health Agency request. The bill basically does 3 things. It makes one change. There is a dearth of doctors, MDs, that are also well-versed in public health and have the qualities that we have been requiring for district health directors. So therefore, this bill would allow for a non-physician to be hired as a district health director, someone that's qualified with a background in health, public health, but is not an MD. If they do that and they hire somebody that is not an MD for that position, they would have to have a clinical director who was an MD overseeing the clinical part of the public health division. And when you think about it, these district directors don't spend a lot of time with patients, if any at all. They really do things like budgets, and if they're building new buildings, they oversight the building. They do HR work. Really, they're not involved in the clinical. So that's the main thing and the main change that the bill does. The other thing, it sort of ratifies existing processes. There are, in the last 5 years, 61% of our directors for our public health divisions, and there's been a 61 vacancy and turnover. Retirements, career changes, going from one district in Cobb to up in the mountains when they move. And it takes an average of about 380 days to find somebody to fill that type of position. And also, we have about 4 counties, or 4 districts, public health districts, have been without a director for 2 to 4 years. So one of the things, besides saying who they can hire, the commissioner, the process clarifies that the commissioner would select the district health director, but that the county boards of health would still vote on that director, and majority vote would prevail. So it just puts that and makes it specific in the law, so there's no question about it. The other, it says that the public health commissioner for the state would select an interim director if a vacancy occurs, and they would work to fill that vacancy. And if it went past a year when the position was open, they would give monthly reports back to the county where that was happening. That is the bill in the whole, and I'll be glad to answer 1 or 2 questions if we have them. If not, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well and ask for your considerable vote.
The lady has a couple of questions.
I'll take them, sir.
Representative Park to your left, Park Whip has a question. Whip Park has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Leader Cooper, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Is it not true that while I think the bill overall is okay, that there are concerns from Gwinnett, Newton, Rockdale, and so I'll be voting no to this bill?
Yes, there are concerns because of a situation, an unusual situation in that, but this bill does not affect that situation in any way.
Thank you.
Representative Reeves to your right has a question. If the lady will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair lady yield?
I will.
Thank you. Chair lady, is it true that the bill was amended over here in the House and that the bill was fully heard in the House and has been improved since it was over in the Senate when there were concerns from Gwinnett?
Yes, it did. I mean, I'm still a little muddled in the brain from my cold, so thank you for pointing out that this is a substitute to Senate Bill 293. I'll take one more, Mr. Speaker, if there's one. If not, I'll yield the
Representative Estration to your right. Leader Estration has a question.
Mr. Speaker, does the lady yield? Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, I yield.
Isn't it true that, along the lines that the representative just covered, that there were extensive discussions that took place offline, discussions with Gwinnett County, and we worked to make improvements in the bill, and as the minority whip asked and pointed out in the Rules Committee this morning when this was asked about, this will not impact any county health director that is employed by the Department of Public Health. This bill has no impact.
It will make no changes in the way that they're able to handle that at this time.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for pointing that out, and I appreciate you working on the issue with me. Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well and ask for the room's positive vote on this bill. Thank you.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Bernal rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, will this bill, I didn't get to ask the author of the bill, will this bill have any effect on health districts, the combining of one district into another one?
I can't answer that question, but I'm going to see if I can get the lady that presented the bill. For what purpose does Representative Cooper rise? Parliamentary
Speaker-
inquiry, is that what you have to answer
Yes,
this
sir.
question?
I'd have to hear the question repeated, sir. I couldn't hear it here again from my cold.
Well, if you'll sit down, I'm going to keep this in order, and I'm going to re-recognize Representative Bernal, and you'll help me with this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, will this bill combine districts? Like, health districts have been combined because they didn't have a director, or will all health districts stay the same? They won't be combined into another district automatically by the commissioner.
Now I'm going to recognize Chair Lady Cooper for a parliamentary inquiry that will answer that question.
A parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that this bill does not make that change? And I know of no intention to do something like that, but if the Commissioner of Public Health has that ability to do that now, she would have that ability in the future, because this bill does not change anything except what I talked to you about and pointed out.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. For what purpose does Representative Byrd rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this takes away local control and gives it to a statewide bureaucrat, and it removes the authority from the County Board of Health?
I'm sure the lady's read it very closely, and that's her opinion. For what purpose does Representative Fry rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this bill will alleviate some of the issues that we've faced with our public health departments across the states? It will not combine any districts, but will allow us to be able to recruit qualified candidates to fill the vacancies where we don't have to share a district leader from district to district next door. Is that not true?
I'm sure the gentleman sounds like he's well versed, and I believe he believes, and I believe that he stated the truth. Last one, for what purpose does Representative Wilkerson rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the commissioner has the ability to fill those vacancies on a temporary basis until the local board decides to fill it permanently? And I do agree with the gentle lady that this is really a local control issue that I would like to see left in the hands of my local county.
I'm sure the gentleman believes exactly what he said is to be accurate, and he's passionate about it. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 293, the yeas are 120, the nays are 37. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, you have an agree, disagree on your desk. House Bill 1312 is on your desk. House Bill 1312. Chair is going to recognize Representative Leverett, Chairman Leverett, for a motion. Representative Leverett is recognized. Give the gentleman in the well your attention, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1312.
Chairman Leverett moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1312, 1312. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1312, to be entitled an act to amend an act relating to the regulation and taxation of electricity used as motor fuel and electric vehicle charging station.
Representative Leverett has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1312. We're going to recognize Chairman Leverett to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1312 was originally a bill to deal with effective date of regulative authority of the Department of Agriculture with respect to electric vehicles. That bill has been also passed out of this House as House Bill 516, and I believe it's in the Senate, may have been acted on today. It's on the floor. So we are taking care of that particular provision. We're using this as a vehicle to deal with an issue which has sort of crept up on us concerning the PSC elections. So you may recall there was a lawsuit filed against the state called Rose v. Raffensperger that claimed that the system in which we elect PSC candidates violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's a dilution claim. The argument was we were diluting votes of minority voters. The district court ruled in favor of the plaintiffs in August of 22, and as a result, issued an injunction against further PSC elections. So the PSC elections that were supposed to happen in 22 and 24 have not happened because of that injunction. On November of last year, the 11th Circuit issued a ruling that overruled the federal judge here locally who had issued that injunction. But before the injunction can go away, the 11th Circuit has to do a thing called issuing its mandate and transmitting that to the lower court. It's basically an order from the appellate court that tells the lower court, you got it right, or we think you got it wrong, and here's what you're supposed to do. That mandate has apparently been held in the 11th Circuit by a judge. We don't know who, but for some reason they're holding it. And it may be that the plaintiffs are contemplating an appeal. It's by writ of certiorari to the U.S. Supreme Court. So the mandate could be issued tomorrow. It could be issued 6 months from now. We don't really know when. We remain under the injunction until the mandate is released. When it's released, it'll dissolve the injunction, and then Georgia will have PSC elections again. But currently, there's no state law that creates a plan for when these elections will be on the calendar. As you may know, those are staggered elections, and because of the injunction, the normal schedule has been disrupted, and it's rather complicated and difficult to get back on that schedule. What's likely going to happen when the case does come back to the district court is the judge will be asked to issue an order setting what that new schedule is for the time. We would like, or it's my opinion, that we should try to preserve staggered elections for the PSC. So when the case is in federal court, it would also help if there's a statement of legislative intent with regard to that schedule, and that's what this bill is seeking to do, is to provide what that schedule would be so that our council has an opportunity to point to an act we have passed as an example of the schedule and get the judge to adopt that schedule. So what we've tried to do is just reset the election schedule in this bill. So if you look at it, that's primarily done on page 4. So what we would do is take the District 1 position, which had an election in 2020 and the term's currently up in 26, and we would have an election in November of 28. That term would then begin January of 29 and run to December of 34. For the District 2 position, which was elected in 2016, and there was supposed to be an election in 22 that's been postponed, we would have a special election in the 2025 election cycle. That's not a regular statewide election cycle. There were municipal elections, though, in November, and so that's when we'd have that election. And that term would run from January of 26 to the end of December of 30. District 3 would be treated similarly in terms of when the election would occur, but that would only be a one-year term. That's the position that was supposed to be up for election and has been filled by an appointment with Commissioner Johnson. Then on District 4, there would normally be an election in 26. We're pushing that back 2 years with a term that would begin January of 29 and end in December of 34. And then on District 5, that election would be in November of 26. So that term would run from 27 to 32. So by doing that, we would be able to continue the staggering of terms on the PSC rather than having potentially, the judge could say, well, let's just elect them all in 1 year, and could potentially have complete turnover on that body, which I don't believe would be a good idea, and is certainly not consistent with the practice and tradition in the state for all these years. So that is what the bill does. So it's to try to address this. It could not take effect currently because the injunction is still in place, but when the injunction gets lifted, this would be a schedule that our council could point to the judge and the judge could adopt. So, Mr. Speaker, that's basically the bill, and I'm glad to stand for any questions.
Gentleman has a couple of questions. Whip Park, to your left, right out in front of you, has a question. Whip Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So can you help me better understand and maybe clarify some of these issues? So are we essentially providing some of our public service commissioners 8-year terms just for purposes of ensuring they're not staggered?
I would submit to you that while that is correct, we had some help from the federal district court.
I don't know exactly what you mean or what the implications of that are, but essentially we are taking away the ability of Georgians this year to vote for at least 2 of their public service commissioners. Is that?
No, sir. The federal district court is taking that away. The injunction is still in place. And at this point, it's too late, is my understanding, to have an election in November. We've already had qualifying.
Thank you.
I sense I haven't convinced you, but I believe what I've said is accurate.
Leader Beverly is recognized for a question. Leader Beverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just from a historical standpoint, can you tell me how many years does a PSC commissioner currently serve?
6.
6. And those years currently are staggered?
Yes.
Further question, the injunction revolves around what? Why did the federal court decide to create an injunction on?
The federal court found that the at-large election of the PSC, where they run and they run from districts, residential districts, but they are elected at large. It found that diluted minority vote under Section 2.
Correct. And to that point, does this attempt to maintain the at-large opportunity but still be appointed to a specific district?
It maintains the current system in terms of how you run and where you're elected from. The 11th Circuit reversed the decision. It just hadn't become effective because the mandate hadn't been issued.
Correct. And so this bill would establish what was prior to the injunction. Is that correct?
It preserves that part of the system. We're just having to change some of the dates because we haven't been able to have an election during the pendency of the injunction.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'll be voting no on this bill.
That's your privilege. Representative Jaspers is recognized for a question.
This gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I've had a few texts from concerned legislators. And to me, this was a friendly give up of this bill to do this a very important change that we needed to do. And there was no problem of moving the contents of this bill onto House bill that we had in the Transportation Committee. So that's in good shape. And I very much appreciate you carrying this very important piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you offering up that bill for this extremely important matter that affects all of us because it affects all of our PSC districts.
Representative Buddy DeLuce, to your right, has a question.
Will you yield?
I yield, Mr.
Would you be surprised if I told you that the current method by
which we elect those public service commissioners came about somewhere around 99 or 2000. Would that surprise you?
Yes, sir, it would.
Well, I think you'll find that that's when this method came about. I think you'll also find that the Democratic Party was in control of this body, and the fear was that in certain areas of the state, the Republicans began to elect more and more people to congressional districts, and in fact, this current method was a device to try to preserve the Democratic majority on the Public Service Commission. Is that not true?
As I suspect the gentleman was present at the creation, I certainly do believe it to be true based on your statement, sir. And thank you for that historical perspective.
Your seatmate, Representative James Burchett, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield, yes, sir.
Is it not true there is nothing in code currently that sets aside a method for a vacated seat in the PSC?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And is it not true this bill simply puts in a method to assure that the terms are staggered when this order comes down?
That's precisely the purpose of the bill. It's solely to try to preserve the staggering of terms to show the judge what our intention is as a legislature.
Is it not true that this does nothing to change the makeup of the PSC?
It does not. It cannot.
Thank you for the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Wilkerson in the back to your left has a question.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
It is my understanding that I guess currently when a vacancy is filled, the person does not have to actually live in the district which they're represented until they're actually elected. Is that correct?
I suspect that maybe. I confess I don't actually know about filling of vacancies and what the rules are.
Okay, was there any consideration of having them actually live in their district after they're appointed, so requiring that they move into their district? Because the current commissioner, I believe, has not lived in their district for the several years that they've served, so I'm just curious if any consideration was given to that.
That could be the case. I'm not aware of any consideration. I think we're simply trying to set a schedule that the district court could look to for guidance.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask your favorable consideration of the substitute for House Bill 1312, and will yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion, the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1312. All those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion to agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1312, the yeas are 93, the nays are 66. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1312. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 373?
Senate Bill 373 by Senator Walker, the 20th Anna Duarte of the 31st, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, to be titled an act to amend Code Section 4310A13 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating requirements for licensure in marriage and family therapy, so as to provide for the issuance of expedited licenses by endorsement. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Powell is recognized to present Senate Bill 373.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I bring to you for the last time today Senate Bill 373. And this is a bill that I think can be dedicated to virtually everybody under the Gold Dome in one way or another. This deals with professional counselors and marriage and family therapists. What this does, Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen, on the associate professional counselors and the professional counselors, it raises the quarter hours from 80 to 90 hours, but takes away the requirement of a doctoral degree. It has been long since thought that these professional counselors didn't need to be a psychiatrist or a sociologist of a doctor's of standing to be a normal counselor, professional counselor, or an associate professional counselor. Second part of this bill deals with the licensing board for marriage and family therapy, that they shall issue an expedited license by endorsement for individuals seeking licensure for marriage and family therapists. This should be done in 30 days, and the endorsement would only require such information as the documentation is necessary and meet the current requirements of the state. Now, this comes from the senator from Houston County that we've gotten an awful lot of bills from this year. It looks like it's got to be quite popular to do endorsements and reciprocity because of all of the to do with the military. So these folks want to come into the state, and that puts Georgia back on top of the list where we had a 0 rating on up, so that these service people moving in the state so that they can be licensed in the state. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what this bill does, and I would certainly recommend that. Be glad to answer any questions, and if there are none, I'll
You have
sit
no
down.
questions.
And I will sit down, and thank you for your support.
That's amazing. Thank you. Fine job. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 373. The yeas are 159s and nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 433?
Senate Bill 433 by Senator Cowser to the 46th, Kennedy the 18th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3, Title 14 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions for nonprofit corporations so as to enact the Donor Intent Protection Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Kelly is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I come before you with Senate Bill 433, the Donor Intent Protection Act. What this legislation does, it provides a legal pathway for the enforcement of written endowment agreements. These agreements come when individuals work with our local nonprofits or charity organizations to specifically give money for a specific purpose. And what this will do is it will allow a mechanism for the donor or their descendants that should that written agreement not be followed, it will give them a mechanism to petition the court for declaratory relief and an injunction so that the funds would be used for that purpose. It doesn't allow any clawback provision where the funds would have to be received. It just simply says that should a judge make a determination that they're not being used as originally agreed to in a written agreement, that they will they'll encourage the organization then, require that organization then to use them for that purpose. Fairly simple, Mr. Speaker. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Wait a minute. You do have a question. Whip Park, if you gentlemen will yield.
I'll yield.
Whip Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So do these contracts require such donor-related agreements to be in perpetuity?
As you know, as we know as attorneys, you can draft these agreements in different ways. And so it'd be really up between the donor and the organization to write the agreement as to how that would work.
Just because at least this, the bill says that, the donor's lineal descendants could potentially claw back that donation. And so I'm just curious as to whether or not there's a requirement for these contracts to have some provision with respect to in perpetuity, or whether or not donors will, for all these subsequent generations, be able to claw back if something otherwise changes.
We limited it to the donor's great-grandchildren, so it couldn't go any further than that.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the question.
I had some clarity on the way, but you guys figured it out, so you have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for the body's favorable consideration.
Representative Stacey Evans is going to help y'all out, but y'all got it right. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 433, the yeas are 157, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 374?
Senate Bill 374 by Senator Walker, the 20th, Strickland of the 17th, Halpern of the 39th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 15 and Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors Act of 2021, so as to change provisions relating to land surveyor interns and professional land surveyors. This bill I have referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. Committee recommends this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
The gentleman from Jasper, Georgia, Representative Rick Jaspers, is recognized to present the bill. Representative Jaspers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To bring with you, as Chairman Powell just said, Chairman Larry Walker has been busy, and Senate Bill 374 is some of his work. During the fall, the Senate Study Committee on Occupational Licensing met, and many professional organizations came to describe the problems they were having in their fields, whether it be with that were an obstacle. We've seen a number of these bills in the last couple of weeks down here to reduce obstacles in licensing. This is the third bill that I have done on this very important skill of surveying. I have found these members to be very precise and very committed to the excellence of their trade. And in the description, you heard that 2021 bill. I did that one too. The Soil Science Society of Georgia and the Survey and Mapping Society of Georgia presented to that Senate Study Committee. And the bill that I have before you is their recommendations today. In the process of meeting, in the 374, they met over time with lots of different other people and the other organizations that they interact with to create this bill, and they approved it as their association, and that's what I'm working from today. Section 1 changes the experience requirements for certification for soil classifiers and through the Department of Public Health. And you think, why the Department of Public Health? Well, a soil classifier is that man or woman who conducts soil and site investigations and prepares a soil analysis for septic systems. Very important, we all agree. And there's a real need to improve this. The wait times of these are getting up there. The current law requires that the soil classifiers get 4 years of experience after they meet the educational requirement. This bill does not change the experience, but what it does do is after 2 years allows them to work on the educational requirements that need to be completed. The bill just streamlines getting them through this 4 years so they can get to work. Section 4 details the path to obtain a professional land surveyor's license. There are 3 different ways you can do it, and it kind of clarifies this. You can get a bachelor's degree, an approved bachelor's degree, an approved curriculum of 18 hours of study with 3 years of experience. You can get an approved associate's degree with 18 hours of curriculum that they require with 5 years of experience. You can't enter this trade with a high school diploma with the 18 hours of their approved curriculum and 8 years of experience. What this bill does is allows the 2 main national tests to be taken at a different time. The current law requires it to be taken after the experience time. What this is doing is decoupling that. It's allowing them to take this after 2 years, and we feel that will lead to a lot more people being certified in this very needed role. I had a few questions, people asking me about one of the things. They asked me about the 18 hours of coursework. Where they do this, how they do this. Georgia's a big state. Well, there are 3 schools that offer it: University of North Georgia, Kennesaw State, and Georgia Southern. All of them have the training. All of them do it online. So there's no problem about getting those 18 hours. The problem is doing those years of training and experience. That's my bill, Mr. Speaker. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
I think I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration on this important matter.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We do have one member that's opposed to the bill. Maybe others, but one who wants to speak. Representative Washburn is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Dale Washburn.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I rarely come to the well to speak against a bill. In fact, I don't think I ever have until today. But I rise to speak against this bill, and I want to give you the reasons why. I've been in the real estate business 49 years, as most of you know, and I'm very familiar with what surveyors do, and I'm very familiar with platting and how important all of that is and the accurate work is. I also have a son that's a civil engineer who worked as a surveyor for about 5 years while he pursued his degree so that he could become a licensed engineer. And I've talked with him often about the work he did during that time. And in that process, I learned what it takes to get a surveyor's license. The representative who's carrying the bill mentioned the fact that we have a shortage of surveyors now. And so when I saw this bill being presented in the subcommittee, I had been thinking about doing this anyway, and so I pursued an amendment to the bill, and I want to read that amendment to you. To add, and please listen carefully, to add to the educational requirements, I had an amendment that added one line, or be licensed under this chapter as a professional engineer. We were adding an amendment that said someone who has gone to school to get that degree to become a certified professional engineer, if that person has the experience required in the bill and sits and passes the examination to become a licensed surveyor, then that certified engineer ought to be able to get a surveyor's license. And that was the amendment. Now I want to tell you about the process of the amendment. I've known the author of the bill over in the Senate for a long time, and I could commend him on his work about this. And I went to him, I prepared the amendment, I got alleged counsel to prepare it. I wrote some notes on it for him and hand-delivered it to his office. And when I met with him before and I did this after the subcommittee met because I wasn't aware of what the nature of the bill was till I got to the subcommittee that day. When I told the senator that I wanted to offer this amendment, his response was, well, the surveyors are not going to like it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not sent up here by the citizens of this state to have to go get permission from every professional association to pass legislation. Now, I respect the surveyors, I respect every lobbyist in the hall, I respect all of them. And as you know, I work closely with them. But ladies and gentlemen, they give us their input, they give us their advice, but we should not have to go to them to seek their approval on the legislation we pass for the citizens of this state. So I told him, well, I'm going to bring my amendment. And we brought it, and in full Regulated Industries Committee meeting, we had a long, spirited debate. And the representative carrying this bill for the senator is a friend of mine, and he and I debated pretty spiritedly in that committee. There were a lot of questions, and after a while, the bill passed by a big majority. I'm not sure how many no votes there were, but there weren't many. We had a big majority. We passed that bill out of the Regulated Industries Committee. They're doing their work as they were supposed to do it. And then in the Rules Committee, this amendment got taken out. Ladies and gentlemen, I brought this amendment because it needed to be brought. We have a shortage of surveyors and a professional engineer that has worked in the field for what the bill requires and has passed the examination ought to be able to be a registered surveyor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have too much turf protection in this state. We've got a worker shortage. We need to be licensing people and letting them go to work, whether it is beauticians or land surveyors. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for any questions. I urge that you vote no on this bill because it is weaker than it would be if the amendment had been left in it. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
You have a question from Representative Al Williams from on the coast to your left. Representative Williams.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will for my friend.
Is it not true that your eloquence and passion moved me from my seat?
I am honored by seeing you stand, my dear friend.
Is it not further true that some weeks ago I said that the tail was wagging the head in this legislature, and it's high time that we listen to the people and not necessarily the agency heads, and as bad as we need people, I find no reason that an engineer should not qualify for this. Thank you for your spirit, and keep on wagging your head.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Gentleman to your right, Representative Jaspers, I think, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, yield.
I yield for my friend, the chairman.
Thank you. We have a disagreement, and is it not true that the Engineers Association, that your son may be part of or may not be part of, came to us saying they would like to, at further time, meet with the land surveyors, SAMSOG, with them together this year, in the fall or winter, and come up with a solution to your amendment?
It is true.
That is true, is it not?
It is true that they came to me and asked me to do that.
And is it not further true that you or I, at that time, can bring a bill after that discussion that does satisfy both the surveyors and engineers for their shortage of people that are working in this world right now? But they did oppose doing it on the fly. They didn't feel good about your amendment.
What is true is that this is the turf protection we are speaking of, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman has no further questions. Well, I take that.
I'm sorry.
Chairman Collins has a question. I didn't see his light.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do yield for the chairman.
Is it not true that I too share your frustrations with how certain members of the Rules Committee seem to pick and choose bills to pick apart from time to time?
It is true. It's frustration.
Is it also not further true that, like you, I too work for a living, never relied on the government to make my living? Is that correct?
It is true. Thank
Is it
you.
not true that I further share your passion on this piece of legislation? I support my friend 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I appreciate your questions and appreciate your interest, and I urge that you vote no on this bill to send a strong message. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Debate is the power of this House, the people's House. Is any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Reese rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that if I would have pressed the correct button, I could have asked the gentleman during his presentation for a point of clarity as to his statements earlier? I understood him to say that a committee of this House, in a bipartisan fashion, put an amendment in the bill and passed it to rules, and that rules, it was taken out, the work of that committee. Isn't it true that's what I understood him to say?
I think that's what I heard. There's wisdom in every step of the process in this House, including on this floor. For what purpose does Representative Thomas rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that there are two members of this body that belong to the engineering board, one of which is myself, and I support the language as written?
It's a gentleman so states. I know he's an engineer.
Further inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State that inquiry.
Isn't it good practice to be consulting members of the engineering board or whatever board that's being affected by a piece of legislation prior to making amendments or having concerns?
Is usually the process, yes.
Thank you.
For what purpose does Representative Okoye rise? I want to hear this one.
Do you say wave? All right. But, Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I'm also the other licensed professional engineer in the House?
I've heard that.
That I am opposed to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Have all members voted? I think we've heard enough on this bill. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 374, the yeas are 59, the nays are 96. This bill, having failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority, has therefore failed. For what purposes Chairman Jaspers rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration.
Now's that time. The gentleman wishes to pursue the motion. If he so desires, does the gentleman move?
So moves.
On the gentleman's motion that this House reconsider its action in failing to give Senate Bill 374 a requisite majority, all those in favor of reconsideration will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion to reconsider Senate Bill 374, the yeas are 82, the nays are 68. Motion carries, and the House has reconsidered this action on Senate Bill 374. It will be reconsidered if he so requests in the next couple of legislative days. Members, we have a little more business we can tend to before we leave here in about 30 minutes. We will have had a good day. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 505?
Senate Bill 505 by Senator Tilley, the 19th, Cowser, the 46th, Watson, and the 1st, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 7 and Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to regulations of hospitals and related institutions, so as to revise provisions relating to required publication by hospitals certain financial documents on its website. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Thank you, members. Chairman Knight is recognized to present Senate Bill 505. Chairman Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a long day. Starting to get a little testy around here, isn't it? I present for you Senate Bill 505, and this is dealing with the reporting requirements that we require of our hospitals. Let me say right up front, we're not changing any of those reports or the reports that are to be reported and disclosed, okay? What we're doing here, and if you'll look at the bill, we're putting in basically a uniform template of how they're to be reported, and on website making sure that's easy to get to, and that there's a uniform template that is going to be created by the department that the hospitals will report this on, and making sure that the links, the web links, are prominently displayed and it's on the department's website. The key provision of this is in subsection D1, which if you'll go with me, line 87. This is where we're telling the department that they're going to establish a uniform template and the criteria for the reporting of the documents. So again, we're not changing what is already in current code about what documents are to be reported. We're just telling them they're going to make up a uniform template so that the reporting is all made in the same manner. And the department is going to come up with this template by the end of this year, December 31, 24, and that the hospitals no later than July 1 of 25 will start using that template to report what they're already reporting, the documents that they're already reporting. The next section is providing a uniform resource locator. I had to look that up, but that's simply for those old guys that don't understand technology. That's just a website address. And that DCA is going to maintain on its website the link that is provided by each of the hospitals. There are provisions such that there's to enforce compliance, and that is that you've got to comply with this. And that's July 1 of every year, but there's also a 30-day notice of deficiency and an opportunity to correct deficiency. Otherwise, you'll be in jeopardy of your state, any of the state funds that you are due, okay? That's the main part of the bill. Section 2 is where we've got a local hospital authority. What's going on is our local elected officials will make appointments or suggest nominees for the appointment to the hospital authorities, but what we're seeing is that these hospital authorities just keep rejecting and rejecting and rejecting. These are our local elected officials, and they have a duty and the authority to make sure they're making a recommended list of appointments. And we're changing here saying, hey, hospitals, you've got to choose from the elected officials' list of recommended nominees for your board. All right, and that's the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions.
Gentlemen, yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Representative Lisa Campbell to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I have a question on line 99.
99, if you'll, yes, ma'am.
And so originally this code included donations as part of the penalty, shall be suspended from receiving any state funds or donations. That has been struck, and then on line 100, we add back funds administered by the state, but not donations. Can you explain the rationale for that reduction in penalty?
Well, I think what it's trying to do is say, hey, we're coming up with disclosures. This is just a simple way of saying you need to make sure that you are meeting your obligation and you're making timely disclosures, and you're doing it in this manner that's up under this new uniform template that the department's going to create, and we're not messing around. These are stiff, you know, I say stiff, these are, hey, you don't want to mess around with this. So I don't think the hospitals are going to risk this. This is to say this is important. We're taking disclosure very seriously, and we want you to do this. So again, that's what's in code, or what is on the proposed legislation.
Would the gentleman yield for just a little further clarification? So I support that and agree and appreciate the uniformity and some of the statements here to keep this information up for public transparency. But my question is really about it seems to me this is a bit of a reduction of penalty, where we're excluding the word donations. And I'm curious, for things like the tax grant or any other grants, would those be considered donations, and now they are not? They're still able to receive those donations even if they're not in compliance?
Yes, and I'll have to say to the representative, I'm not sure, going back to that code section, I don't know if these are private donations. I assume these are private donations. And that may be the reason they're taking this out of it. And I'm not, again, I'll admit I'm not sure of the exact answer. But again, that may be what's going on from a donation, and we're strictly putting in there, hey, state funds that are administered by the state, that those are the ones that we're going to withhold.
Thank you.
And I'll, to the lady, I'll make sure we clarify that. But again, this is a very honest proposition to make sure that we're not only disclosing what's already existing in the law, we're trying to do it in a uniform manner and making sure that it's prominently displayed on websites so that everyone can go and see these disclosures and not have to hunt for them. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration on Senate Bill 505.
Gentleman has no questions, yielded the well. Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purposes Representative Kennard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it not true, Mr. Speaker, that at this moment in the night I would be happy with a biscuit or a piece of cornbread? Either one.
All I got is a piece of shoe leather, so we'll have to share that. But I'm going to go look for something for you in just a minute. It won't be much longer. All members voted, but I agree, Representative. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 505. The yeas are 156 and nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 324?
Senate Bill 324 by Senator Jackson of the 41st Dugan of the 30th Brass of the 28th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 18 and Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to state printing and documents so as to provide for a victim-centered address confidentiality program. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Representative Gaines is recognized to present the bill. Representative Houston Gaines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 324 continues our efforts in supporting victims of domestic violence and human trafficking. I'll be really brief because I know the hour is late. There's several cleanup items in the bill that gets our code sections aligned. And then Senator Kim Jackson had worked to incorporate and add an address confidentiality program to ensure victims and survivors of trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault can have their addresses remain confidential on public record. Also want to thank Representative Amari Crawford. His bill, House Bill 1101, is captured in this legislation, so I want to thank all involved, and I think it's a really good bill for victims of domestic violence, human trafficking, and other victims. And Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well and ask for the body's favorable consideration.
Gentleman has no questions. Gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting a substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 324, the yeas are 151, the nays 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 259?
Senate Bill 259 by Senator Hatchett the 50th, Kennedy the 18th, Gooch the 51st, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the general provisions regarding the Superior Courts, so as to move the Superior Court of Banks County from the Piedmont Judicial Circuit to the Mountain Judicial Circuit. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Irwin is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I know, as the last representative said, the hour is late. This bill moves Banks County from the Piedmont Judicial Circuit to the Mountain Judicial Circuit. Banks County is about 10% of the court cases currently in the Piedmont Circuit, and we did a study a couple of years ago with the Judicial Council, and in that study they found that this was a feasible move. I want to thank the House Judiciary Chairman and Committee for coming to Banks County, sitting and listening to all the parties involved here and determining that this was a feasible move and a good move for those citizens of Banks County to be in a more like circuit. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I will pause for any questions, but would ask, if there aren't any, for your favorable vote.
Your pause worked. You have no questions.
Well, then we'll yield the well and again ask you for your favorable vote.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 259, the yeas are 150, the nays 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 479?
Senate Bill 479 by Senator Hatchett the 50th, Huffstetler the 52nd, Burns the 23rd, to be entitled an act to amend Article 14 of Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to secondary metal recyclers, so as to provide for the applicability of the definition of the term used detached catalytic converters. This bill having referred to Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Leverett is recognized to present Senate Bill 479.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is Senate Bill 479, but it is not the Senate Bill 479 that it was when it came over to us from the Senate. We have replaced that language with House Bill 974, which was the bill that we passed off the floor back in February that would change the structure of judicial compensation, would change the manner in which we pay judges without necessarily changing the amounts. It passed out of here unanimously. We have made a few changes to one of the final section of this bill at ACCG's request that had to do with the manner in which some local official pay is tied to judicial salaries, but the changes were not substantive. They were just clarifying the intent. The bill is over, 974 is over in the Senate. We're hitting some stumps over there, and we just would like to have this alternative so we can try to move the bill this year. And I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration and your affirmative vote for this bill. And I'll yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I'll yield the well and we appreciate your affirmative vote in favor of the bill.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 479, the yeas are 138, the nays are 13. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Representative Lehman Franklin rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to recommit.
State your motion.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to recommit Senate Bill 384 back to rules.
I thought I was the only one who got ahead of myself. Representative Franklin has moved that Senate Bill 384 be recommitted to the Rules Committee. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 384 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 19 to Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to labor practices relative to public officers and employees.
On the gentleman's motion that Senate Bill 384 be withdrawn from the calendar and recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. the words you wanted to hear, the last bill of the day. Unanimous consent. Representative Buckner, why don't you head down to the well? In a true sense of working back and forth across the aisle. Save the best to last. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 496? 496.
Senate Bill 496 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, Huffstutler, the 52nd, Payne, the 54th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to ad valorem taxation of property, so as to provide for an extension of preferential assessment periods for certain historic properties. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Give the lady who will be in the well your full attention. Representative Debbie Buckner from Junction City is recognized to present the bill. Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a truly bipartisan bill, and I will take my suggestion from a colleague to be brilliant and brief. This Senate Bill 496 is the combination of 3 House bills. In one section, we are using information from House Bill 1134, which was Representative Ron Stevens' historic tax bill, and it changes the definition to allow the Department of Community Affairs to designate historic districts in communities in residential areas. And then it takes a section from my bill that I had to extend the sunset for historic tax credits out of House Bill 1116. And then it takes some information from Representative Penny Houston's bill, House Bill 1197, to extend the sunset for her bill for downtown rural historic development. And that's what the bill does. It combines 3 great House bills into one.
There we go.
That's as brilliant as I can be at this time.
Well, it must have been brilliant because you don't have any questions.
Please vote yes, and we can go home.
Fine job. Lady is yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. It was a trick. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 496, the yeas are 145, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, I'm going to give you a list of bills that will be postponed to the next legislative day. Senate Bill 97, Senate Bill 132, Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 351, Senate Bill 399, Senate Bill 402, Senate Bill 449, Senate Bill 497, Senate Bill 517, Senate Resolution 189, and Senate Bill 344.
You had B4 too? You missed that one.
It's not on here. All of those Senate bills and resolutions will be postponed to the next legislative day. Okay, we have a few afternoon orders that we need to hear. Chairman Werkeiser is recognized for an afternoon order. Give the gentleman in the well your attention, please.
Hey, y'all, if I could have your attention. So last night, state of Georgia executed a man that had a IQ of 68. There's 27 states that still have capital punishment, and Georgia is the only state in the country that, because of the way our laws are written, execute those with ID. I had a bill this year to address that. Had some opposition. They 3 different times gave them 3 different alliterations to try to meet them. Couldn't get there, thanks to Sub-Chair Hong, who spent a lot of time trying to negotiate. We couldn't get there, but I do have a commitment from all parties that we're going to meet during the interim to, because no matter where you fall on the death penalty, I think that's probably a step too far. Like I said, we're the only state that does that. So appreciate y'all's support.
Representative Scott is recognized for an afternoon order. She waves. That completes our afternoon orders. Okay, we do have some announcements. Representative Hilton is recognized for an announcement. Give the gentleman your attention, please. Representative Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this.
Gentleman will suspend. Okay, members. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this august body. I want to announce that next Tuesday, we invite the fastest growing sport in the United States to the Capitol. Join me for pickleball. We will have pickleball day at the Capitol. I'd love out front here, lose the jacket, put some tennis shoes on, come out and play some pickleball. We'll have a lot of fun, relieve some stress, and play a fun game.
What kind of ball is that?
Little pickleball, Mr. Speaker.
Pickleball.
Yes, sir.
Looks like a pickle there, Representative Williams. What can I say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Gunther is recognized for an announcement. Chairman Gunther.
House Judiciary will meet on Monday at 9 a.m. Very short calendar. Should be done quick.
We will not be back together until Tuesday. So on Saturday, March the 23rd, Saturday, Representative Chaz Cannon has a birthday. On Sunday, March 24th, Chairman Brian Prince has a birthday. And on Monday, March the 25th, Governor's Floor Leader Representative Will Wade has a birthday. Members, thank you for your participation, and I will. Members, I'll let this body know, many of you already know probably, but the Senate has taken up House Bill 1339 and passed it as this House sent it over to them. They have agreed to send it to House Bill 1339, the CON bill. So that action is complete, awaits the potential signature of the governor. The majority leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 26, 2024.
On the motion of the majority leader that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 26, 2024. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. Let's stay a little longer. That's the way y'all feel about it. This House is adjourned. Thank you for your work today. Very much appreciated.